I saw Bob Berkebile. I see BB here.
Yeah.
That must be him.
Can anyone hear me? This is Julie.
Yes,
Yes.
Julie.
Sounds
Hi,
like
can you
somebody's
hear me?
driving in the wind.
I am in the wind. I am actually standing outside on 40 acres of native plants and prairie grasses. I hate to admit to that.
Oh, how nice.
Wow. Very nice.
Yeah. So, sorry.
Why don't we meet there?
Yeah, you know, actually, you all would love it here. So, yeah. We are trying to restore this 40 acres, and it's got some invasives in it. So, yeah.
Nice to hear from you, Julie. I've missed you.
Yeah. Well, I've been on these calls, but I have not been able to actually speak on them. So it's been kind of frustrating. So,
Okay.
but if you tell me how to mute, I will, or you can mute me because you are going to hear wind.
I should know how to do that too.
Rachel? Rachel, can you tell if we've got a quorum?
I actually cannot tell right now. I'm having some issues also. Oh wait, hold on. No, I can't tell. I'm sorry.
Okay, Andy, can you?
How many do we need?
We have 8.
Yeah, we got it.
Yeah.
So how do we enter full screen?
You got to find all your dots.
We've established how many dots I have.
Andy,
Go ahead, Carol.
can you see the names of everybody who's here?
Pretty much.
Would
Yeah.
you just run through the list for those of us who don't have visuals?
Okay, sure. I'll start with myself. And I've got a caller in with the last numbers of 1957, so I don't know who that is.
That's me, Julie.
Okay, thank you, Julie. I've got Don Wallace, Addison Banks, Bob Berkebile, Carol Adams, Carolyn Davies, Deanne Gregory, Shannon Dooley, Chris Hayes, Neverace, Heather. Heather. Yep. Laura Ish, Jensen Adams, Scott Clam, Kristen as a guest. I don't know the last name.
It's Chamberlain.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Marty Kraft, Nate Madden, Rachel O'Neill, Mike Shaw, Gerald Schechter. That's who I've got so far.
That sounds great. Why don't we go ahead and get started? If there are any additions or corrections to the March or April minutes. Oops, just the March minutes. This is April. If not, can we have a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion to approve?
And a second?
Second.
Okay, everybody say, let's see, raise your hand. Can you raise your hand for yes? Okay, any opposed? Okay, the minutes are approved. The very next thing on our agenda is an update on the recycling industry, and Public Works is going to do that. Is that you, Michael?
Yes, ma'am. How are you
Well,
doing, Mrs. Adams?
Welcome and thank you for joining us.
Yes. Well, thank you for having me. Michael Shaw with the Public Works Department. And I'm going to provide you an update about recycling and kind of what's going on in the recycling industry, what's kind of going on with recycling here in Kansas City, and then obviously answer any questions that you may have. So let's start with the bigger global conversation of recycling. We obviously know that Operation China Sword and the impacts that Operation China Sword has had on recycling in the United States. Just as a quick review, what that means is that essentially in China, they've created a law, for the lack of a better word, that essentially says that your material needs to have about, you have to produce product at 99.5% pure product, meaning having very little or no waste or inerts in your material. If it's not, then it's rejected. Now, obviously, stateside, we have that in the United States. That's sort of our standard in the United States. And so they've, in the past, previous to Operation China Sword, we would, 92% to 94% was okay, and they would accept that product. A lot of our MRFs, if you will, already, they're kind of set up to do that 92 to 93% pure ratio in the sorting systems now. Changing to 99 takes a significant amount of investment. And so we're seeing a lot of our MRFs actually changing making those investments to improve the quality by which the product is processed in their facilities. But there's growing pains that go along with that. And then that's currently what we're experiencing, is those growing pains, for the lack of a better word. There was a time and a point where we could not sell our products overseas because we weren't making it pure enough. And so what we were able to sell, we were selling it for essentially half the price of what it was going for originally, because the plants would have to take them overseas. The Seven Dragons, they would take those, reprocess them to make them even finer and cleaner so that they can be used in their processes. And so obviously all that reprocessing costs money. And so we've seen a significant downturn in revenue related to the recycling market. We've had, municipalities or, agencies had contracts that kind of locked them into pricing. And then once those contracts expired, you're going to more of a national pricing, which I will kind of give you an idea. Like here in Kansas City, at one point, we were paying literally nothing for the processing of recycling, and we were getting back in the average around $55 to $75 a ton in revenue for all the material that we're getting. Today, we spend north of $100 a ton for processing of recycling, in which we probably get back, less than that. We get back about $45 to $50 in revenue back for the tons that we spend. So we're actually spending, $50 or so a net, $50, $55 just to process the recycling. So obviously with those things going on, the price of the materials had dropped significantly. For example, cardboard, we used to get north of $120 a ton for cardboard. It dropped to, the 30s, $40 a ton for it. And now it's kind of up around $75 a ton right now. And it's been stable at that price for a little while. So we're starting to see some stabilization in recycling pricing of materials. They're not up where they were at, but we've seen gains in the value of material, which I would attribute to a couple of things. One being better recyclers, and two being to the fact that some of the investments made by MRFs are starting to pay off as relates to improving their stock of materials. Their processing capabilities are improving, and so they're getting better value for their material, but it's not quite where it was before Operation China Sword. So all that being said, what does that mean to us? Obviously, during the pandemic, it becomes more of a challenge because what we know is that, you know, people are home more. We've seen an increase of trash and recycling collection in upwards of 20%, more trash being generated at the curb, and about 15% more recycling being generated at the curb. So, well, it's leveled out to around a 15% increase. At the height of it, it was about a 20% increase in the amount of materials that we were collecting, and now it's kind of flattened out to around, you know, between 10 to 15%. That we're seeing more material with more people working at home. We're generating more and more recycling and waste at home, which we have to manage. Now, the trash side of the house, it's still around $25 a ton to dispose of trash. And again, processing of recycling is $110 a ton. We're getting around 45 to 50 bucks per ton back from that processing of recycling on average. So it costs more to collect recycling than it does trash. It costs more to manage recycling than it does trash per ton, that is. We've seen an increase, which is a good thing. We've seen an increase in areas of our community where recycling numbers were lower. Now we're seeing a better participation in recycling. So those are all good things. And you know, 2020 is an anomaly year for us. Obviously, that's gonna, no matter what stat we have, it's gonna have an asterisk because it's highly unusual circumstances. We don't know what our new normal is gonna be. We're still learning what the new normal is, but we are collecting at about a 15% increase. Obviously, we weren't prepared for that type of increase from a financial perspective, but fortunately, we were able to use CARES Act dollars to cover some of those increased costs, you know, during the fiscal year. And then obviously coming into next fiscal year, we're planned for these increased collection tonnages, if you will. So we're prepared to manage that because we're, you know, counting on an increased, we're projecting increased costs. So as far as locally, there has been some significant investment made by who our primary processor is, which is GFL, which newsflash, GFL bought WCA. And so WCA is now owned by GFL, which is the parent company of WCA now. And they've made some investment into their material recovery facility, added some automation and some robotics and things of that sort to improve the quality of the processing quality of the materials that they're collecting, or that they're processing, I'm sorry. And so we've seen a little uptick, but we haven't seen any major uptick. But they locally, you know, they have to pay for the investments that they've made in their processing. So as far as, again, we've talked about an increase in the collection at the curb. We've seen some increased collection at our drop-off sites. We've seen some trends in our community of communities actually eliminating curbside recycling in their community. We've seen it in, I think Raymore eliminated curbside recycling. And so we're seeing a lot more consumers coming from the South to our recycling drop-offs. You know, there was a time that we, you know, certainly during the pandemic, we had considered reducing recycling to every other week. We never pulled that trigger. We found other ways to save money versus pulling that trigger. And so as we are here today and looking forward, recycling still looks promising. There doesn't look to be any changes to recycling. Maybe perhaps in the near future, the city may take on the collection of recycling to save money in terms of just the actual collection cost itself. We've seen when we took over the trash collection, we've seen about a $2 million cost avoidance in collection cost. And we've seen an increase in satisfaction scores, citizen satisfaction scores, as high as 20%, but on average about 18% citywide. So with all that being said, I mean, I know, you know, trash is going to be the most sexiest thing you guys hear today. So I'll be glad to answer any questions. And I just, things are very high level, but I always enjoy the dialogue.
So, wow. This is Scott here. Yeah, I appreciate hearing all that. It's really interesting to me. Way back in the day, I spent a lot of time shoveling trash on one of my jobs. What's maybe you said something and I missed it. What's the long-term look at the Operation China Sword? Is anything going to be expected to change with that, with the with what China will accept and not accept, and that sort of thing? Or,
you know, I don't think so. I mean, I mean, as a recyclist, as I would say, in its purest form, I like the idea. We wanted to have a pure stream of materials, right, and get as much waste and trash out of the recycling stream, and make it as good as it can. That keeps costs down and makes us efficient. So I don't think there's necessarily nothing negative about being at 99.5% pure. It's the process of, we probably should have been there anyway. I mean, we invested in moving our materials overseas versus keeping our materials, you know, stateside. And so now that transition of how to get there is just going to be costly. You know, maybe if we were already there to begin with, it probably wouldn't be so bad, or we foresaw this maybe coming. So from that perspective, as it relates to pricing, you know, I may be a little cynical here, but I don't see the private sector, as they continue to improve their ability to get rid of their material, I don't see them passing that savings on to their customer. Because now that I'm paying $110 a ton to move my material, what incentive do they have to change me paying $110 because I'm willing to pay it? So we've set a new market for, you know, processing. Even if the product goes to $150 a ton, you know, they would give me 40 versus in the past, I wouldn't pay anything, and I would share, you know, in that $150 price, right? I would have got 75 bucks out of that. So yeah, so they're getting their money up front, and you know, it's a business proposition. So, you know, you can appreciate that.
Michael, have some cities taken this on themselves and started their own processing as opposed to buying a service? And what kind of investment is required to make that transition?
That's a great question, Bob. We looked at that too. That process could be anywhere from the $10 to $15 million range to produce a very high-end material recovery facility. And that's a very strong likelihood. It'll be great in the early years, but again, the out years, it becomes questionable because, you know, technology, like anything else, it's old as soon as it gets put in. But I do believe the best course of strategy at some point is for the city to create its own processing facility that already pushes product, you know, brings in the systems that pushes a 99+% processing rate. Because they're trying to get there, we can just buy it and be there, right? And ultimately reduce our processing costs. so that when we do sell that product at a good rate, for example, corrugated being at $75 a ton now, let's say it does move to $100 and it costs us $55, $60 to process that using a high-end, more quality MRF, we can process that at a revenue, making $40 a ton, so to speak. And that's positive. That's something that we should be looking at in the future. Recycling prices or commodity prices is beginning to increase. That makes this proposition enticing.
Hey, Michael, thanks
So,
for the presentation. This is, go ahead, Bob.
I just had one follow-up question. I'm curious if other cities have, first of all, made that leap, but then also looked at using their own new clean product as opposed to looking for people to acquire that product globally, so that we become the whole process here and it creates some new industry and new jobs, et cetera. What would it take to make that kind of a transition? And has anyone done that?
It's a great question. The city of Columbia processes their own material, so they have their own MRF that they do, but they also had suspended recycling, which was interesting. Theirs was more about being able to hire people to do the collection, was an issue there in Columbia. I don't know many cities off the top of my head that have actually went out during this climate to purchase or build facilities. And again, I saw one of the questions, a facility like this will be in the $10 to $12 million range. Okay. So I don't know if anybody out there, making that leap. Well, maybe now they'll start to make that leap, but in the last year or so, not make that leap because of COVID and the cost, and everything's costing a lot of money right now to build. So I don't know anybody doing that, but I do believe to the latter part of your question, absolutely is your successful material recovery facilities, especially like the Columbus, Ohio area, a lot of their end users are very close to the processor. So they're able to process at a better price because their customer, where they ship to, is within driving distance, if you will, from where they're processing the material, which makes that processing and sell very affordable, and they're recycling the dollar in that sense. So that would be great for Kansas City. We have that type of synergy for glass here, obviously, with Ripple. We see that our glass recycling revenues are better than in most cities are, because they're right down the street, and we can pick it up and drive it down the street, so to speak. So that concept does work, absolutely work, and we should be looking at EIERA to help identify potential industries or businesses to locate in our metro area to support some of the materials that we are collecting locally.
What materials would you suggest?
Certainly plastics. I mean, high density. I mean, there's a lot of plastics that are here. Fiber and paper is by far the biggest commodity that we collect. It takes the biggest hit. I think mixed paper right now is around $33 a ton. It's inched up a little bit. We also have sorted residential paper is about $44 a ton now. It was about a year ago, it was at $10 a ton. So, you're seeing change in the market. So, but plastics, I would say, is something that could really be very helpful in our industry locally.
Awesome.
Are there other questions? Michael, we really appreciate you coming and taking the time with us today.
I'm glad you had me, and I would love to come back at any time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks,
Let's move
Michael.
on.
Take care, guys.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Let's move on to the Casey Can compost report.
Hi there. Good afternoon, everyone. I've got a couple people on the team here. I think Addison's going to share his screen if that's possible. Are you able to do that, Addison?
Do you all see that?
Not yet.
Addison, looks like your screen is frozen.
All right. No. Try it one more time.
Or Addison, if your screen isn't frozen, you are.
Addison, this is Laura. If you can't get it to share, you can email it to me and I can share it for you.
Let's.
Or Addison, I can try to share if you want for me to try. I'm closer to the
Oh, maybe there it goes.
internet. I'll just try and see if it'll let me.
Yeah. Is it still not sharing? No, I'm gonna.
I think mine will share, so I can just share and then you guys can just cue me. Can you guys see this PowerPoint?
Yes.
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 I'm so glad Heather could do that, so you're not going to see my desktop, all of you. Too many tabs open still. So thank you so much for having us this afternoon. We're excited to participate. So my name's Kristen Chamberlain. I'm the Executive Director of Casey Can. I'm joined today by Heather Navarez, who's sharing her screen now and is our Operations Director, and Addison Banks, who is our Director of our Green Core training program. So the agenda, if you want to put it up there, thanks, Heather. We just thought we'd give you a brief background about our organization for those of you who are not familiar with us. We'd like to look at some of the challenges, crises we think the community is facing from our standpoint, and then discuss how Casey Can's attempting to address and solve some of those issues through the Green Core training program and through our service model, the compost service model. So maybe if we have questions and if there's time, we can save those to the end. You could put them in the chat box and we'll try and take them at the end. So next slide there, Heather. Casey Can. Some of you may be familiar with us already. We are an innovative nonprofit organization that operates with a triple bottom line, so people, planet, and profit. We're committed to facilitating the diversion of commercial and residential food waste and other organic material from the landfill. At the same time, we're also committed to equity, education, leadership development for underserved members of our community. So what do? We are haulers. We're focused on food waste specifically. Our research for this venture began in 2016 and was essentially based on a really thorough analysis of the barriers that were preventing businesses and individuals from composting. So probably to this group, it seems like such an easy thing to do on the one hand, but clearly our culture has not been able to tackle this very effectively or systematically. So so that was part of our aim and mission, was to try and target that. Our analysis revealed probably nothing unusual that you might expect that prevented people from diverting organic waste. Things like bugs, smell, a lack of infrastructure, education, know-how, equipment is a big barrier, and then support for businesses because they struggle. So essentially, what we did, we took that research, and we created a system that addressed the barriers head on, and we've designed a process that's really clean. It's easy to identify. You'll see our screaming orange organic cans. We've made it really easy for businesses to implement. It can be utilized across sectors, commercial, residential. Heather's going to talk a little bit more detail in just a minute, but essentially, big picture, that's what we've tried to do and create is a system that was really easy for people to get started and eliminate barriers that would prevent them from doing that. Our business model is really adaptable, it's scalable, and can be replicated. So we're currently negotiating a few municipal contracts, which we're really excited about in the area, and believe the system can be adapted to meet the needs of both large and small scale communities. How do we accomplish the work? Education, education, education. It's really been at the heart and core of our mission. We integrate it into everything we do to try and eliminate issues with contamination, debunk myths and fears and all of that. So we're tackling all that head on also, but also collaboration. So we can't do this in isolation. So we collaborate with all kinds of organizations on both the social side of our enterprise and the environmental front to keep moving forward. Next slide, Heather. So why do we do it? Clearly, diverting organic waste has a tremendous environmental impact. Last year, U.S. restaurants generated an estimated 22 to 33 billion pounds of food waste. So if you add schools, hotels, hospitals into that, you're looking at an additional 7 to 11 billion pounds per year. So there is a reason food waste is rising to the top of the environmental issue list. It really is a global crisis. From our standpoint, with KC-CAN, we don't really see the environmental crisis in isolation, though. We understand it as a being very, very connected to the social crises in our communities and our social responsibility. So methane emitted from the landfill, impacts planet and people. So we see it as two crises. And we have this quote we often use. You can put that up there. Thanks, Heather. Pope Francis does a great job of articulating our mission here. He says, we're not faced with two separate crises, one environmental and the other social, but rather one complex crisis, which is both social and environmental. Strategies for a solution demand an integrated approach to combating poverty, restoring dignity to the excluded, and at the same time protecting nature. So again, he sums it up beautifully. We see it interconnected. We also see it similar to the COVID curve that we've all heard so much about. There really is an environmental justice curve, and it's going to require changing cultural habits and behaviors if we're going to start making sure that we're caring for all people equally. So our hope in meeting with you today is not just to fill you in on what we're doing, but hopefully open up the communication and potential for collaboration. We've got a brand we think is really highly identifiable and one the public will be able to use really effectively. And we also believe the social crisis can be solved at the same time by tackling both issues at the same time. So with that, I'll turn it over to Addison, and he can tell you a little bit more about how we're tackling the social issue with our Green Corps training program.
Yeah, thank you, Kristen. So yeah, I'm going to talk about KC-CAN's Green Corps training program. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So KC-CAN is addressing both environmental and social crises by offering its Green Corps training program to individuals facing significant barriers to employment, like homelessness. So this is a free program that utilizes 2 nationally renowned curricula to provide environmental literacy and work readiness training. This training introduces trainees to green jobs within the green economy, and the work readiness portion of the training helps trainees develop soft skills or people skills. Finally, after graduating from the program, we assist graduates in finding employment within the green economy. So we'll ahead and go to the next slide. So there are basically 2 steps in the Green Corps training. First is the training itself, and then second is assistance finding green jobs. So this second step, helping the graduates of the training program find green jobs, is something that we could use help from the Environmental Management Commission on. Both as individuals, if you have specific suggestions for green employers, and as a commission advocating for the city's expansion of green jobs generally. I'll let you all think about that, and I will talk a bit more about green jobs a bit later. So going back to the first step, though, the training, there are 2 curricula that we work through every day in training. We provide environmental literacy with Roots of Success and soft skills with Conover Online. Next slide. So with the Roots of Success curriculum, we have several modules. The fundamentals of environmental literacy is an introductory module. Then the rest of the modules are themed. We learn about energy, building, transportation, health, food and agriculture, water, waste, social entrepreneurship, and community organizing and leadership. So I'm going to talk a little bit about what we learn in the water and waste module on the next slide. But shifting over to Conover Online, the trainees learn soft skills like attitude, communication, planning and organizing, and teamwork, among other things. So go ahead and go to the next slide. So in the training, we spend some time calculating different things. For instance, in the water module, we calculated that on average it takes 621 gallons of water to make a 1/3 pound hamburger patty. And it takes 173 gallons of water to make an ounce of roasted coffee. So that's for a 12-ounce bag of coffee, that's 2,076 gallons of water. We also spend time interpreting data and charts and graphs. For instance, in the waste module, we learned that about 32% of the food Americans buy is thrown away. And that by volume, food waste takes up about 22% of our landfills. So we'll go ahead and go to the next slide. We're training people, laying the foundation for them to get green jobs. So what is a green job? And this is a defined term from our Roots of Success curriculum. Green jobs are jobs that produce goods or provide services that benefit the natural environment by conserving, preserving, or restoring natural resources. And green jobs are located in traditional sectors of the labor market, such as manufacturing and construction, as well as in new and emerging green sectors, such as renewable energy and energy efficiency. We'll go to the next slide. So the training exposes trainees to more than 125 different green jobs and prepares them for those jobs. And these green jobs lie within 6 sectors of the green economy: buildings, energy, food and agriculture, transportation, waste, and water. Next slide. So in addition to giving people knowledge about environmental issues and green jobs, the training strives to prepare trainees for the workplace. So this is soft skills training. The research behind the soft skills training found that only 15% of our success in the workplace is determined by our hard skills, our knowledge, or what we can do, while the vast majority, 85%, of our success in the workplace is determined by our soft skills or our people skills. And this research was done by Harvard University and the Carnegie Foundation in 1918. So we've known for more than 100 years how important soft skills are to success. Next slide. So well-developed soft skills make people good employees, but they also make people effective advocates. In the class, we practice presenting information and communicating effectively. Also in class, using the Roots of Success curriculum, we learn about many of the problems our civilization has created, which impact both the environment and human health. We also learn about the solutions that are needed to solve these problems. And a main goal of this program is to train people not only to enter the green workforce, but to be advocates for change, both in their workplace and in their community. So now I'm going to turn it over to KC-CAN's Director of Operations, Heather Navarez.
Thanks, Addison. So I'm going to dive just a little bit deeper into our food waste management service. And I'm assuming you guys can hear me just fine.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Thank you. So our mission at KC-CAN is to make composting as easy as possible for organizations and individuals in the Kansas City Metro. And that's why we spent 2 years doing the research to assess the needs and the barriers to effective food waste management and diversion. So some of the top concerns, Kristen mentioned them earlier, some of the top ones cited to implementing a food waste diversion program were odor, pests, lack of infrastructure, and confusion about the composting process, and really just recycling programs in general. So in response, we've created a highly identifiable brand with our bright orange can and large white apple core, and that stands out and helps reduce misuse or contamination of organics designated cans. It's very similar to the Ripple model with their highly recognizable purple branding. Kansas City community members understand that purple means glass collection, and we're trying to accomplish the same with our bright orange, indicating organics and food waste collection. So we've created solutions to address the issues with odor and pests, and we've developed a simple, clean, turnkey system for businesses and individuals to easily implement. We provide education and training to all new customers, as well as to the general public through in-person and online community events. And as Kristen and Addison discussed, the foundation for our work centers around environmental justice and social equity, and this is woven into our service model through Green Corps training and job placement and community outreach and advocacy. So we have two service models, commercial and residential. And on the commercial side, we offer an easy, clean system for in-house organics collection and diversion. We prioritize investing our time analyzing the specific needs of each customer so that they don't have to. And we provide a system to take all the guesswork out of managing their food waste. We do this by first conducting a waste audit to evaluate the space, the workflow, waste volumes, and process needs, and also to get input from their staff. And the audit is ideally conducted on site, but it may be performed virtually as well, and it takes anywhere from 20 to 45 minutes. Second, once we've concluded the audit, we'll put together a uniquely tailored system, share our findings, and provide education and training for all our customers' employees. So everyone in their organization understands why they are engaging in this process and how to do it properly. And to keep things as simple as possible, we partner with a commercial composter, so all food materials are accepted. There's no need to sort or figure out which items can or cannot be composted, so it's very streamlined. We also provide all the equipment necessary so new customers are able to begin diverting food waste immediately. And this includes the 64-gallon can on wheels and other receptacles that custom fit the space and the flow. And we supply compostable liners to keep the containers clean and clear informational signage to reduce confusion and prevent misuse of the containers. So then once customers have the equipment and the training, they can get started diverting their food waste. They simply line their receptacle designated to capture food waste with the compostable liner we provide. They discard waste in that receptacle, tie off the liner once it's full, and just place it in the 64-gallon can. Close the lid and they're done. And then we'll come by in our truck with its specially designed food waste collection unit and lift. And that grabs and empties those 64-gallon rolling cans. And then the collection and diversion process starts over. We do survey our customers quarterly, and as long as they follow the process we've set up for them, they have not reported any issues with odors or pests. And once service is up and running, we do provide ongoing support and training for staff turnover. We report diversion metrics monthly so that customers understand their program's direct environmental impact. And we offer marketing partnerships to help customers leverage opportunities to elevate their brand within the community. And here are just a few of our composting customers. We serve a variety of organizations, including restaurants, businesses, nonprofits, schools and museums, cafes, architecture firms, dog groomers, and so many others. We also provide residential service utilizing a dock stop model. This service targets the urban dwellers, so those living in multifamily housing, high-rise apartments and condos, or really just anyone who wants to participate. And it is quite simple. Individuals or families can register online through our website. They attend a 15-minute online tutorial explaining how to compost and why it's important. And then we provide them with a receptacle for capturing their food waste. We have countertop cans for really small spaces. We also have 5-gallon cans that come with Gamma Seal lids that are airtight and leak-proof. So customers fill up their can with food scraps and then empty it at one of our centralized locations. We currently offer 2 drop-off sites, one near 31st and Southwest and the other at Lakeside Nature Center. But we are preparing in the near future to open additional drop-off locations for even more convenient access. And all this information, along with additional resources and frequently asked questions, may be found on our website at www.kccancompost.com. And as a reminder, we are a nonprofit, and we wouldn't be where we are today without the tremendous support from MARC Solid Waste Management District, the Missouri Department of Natural Resources, EPA, and others who've invested in this important work. So we always like to take a moment to recognize and thank them, because their ongoing support means we're able to achieve even greater success and have a broader impact. So once again, we want to thank all of you very much for permitting us to share KCCAN's mission and work with you this evening. And we have done quite a bit of talking. So at this time, we'd like to open up the floor to answer any questions that you may have.
And I see that Jerry has a question that he posted in the chat. Does the training curriculum also address living skills like paying bills, establishing building credit, renters' rights and responsibilities, etc.? That's a great question, Jerry. And the curriculum does not cover living skills, but we provide this training to people that have other wraparound services that are so agencies that are working with them on some of those things.
I see another question here from Caroline. What are the barriers to growth? Caroline, are you talking about the compost service itself?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your program and composting in general. I think we sort of know the barriers to composting. It's a cultural thing here, but what are you seeing specifically in growing what you're doing?
Yeah, actually, we did start off with a lot of research, and some of that's been blown out of the water by the reception we've had in the community. We thought it was going to be a little more difficult to go. So the barrier to growth right now is really the capacity of our young organization. we're a small team. We're getting inquiries in constantly. So I think it's that's really our biggest issue right now, is making sure that we have the funding at the same time as we're growing our revenue streams and making sure we're making good choices there. Yeah, but the community's all in. I every day we're getting, inquiries, like I said, from municipalities. Now we're in dialogue with local cities here in the area, to insurance companies and restaurants. It's across the board.
Are you spread equally across the city? What's your distribution of within Kansas City or across Kansas City?
So,
yeah,
sorry.
go ahead. No, go ahead, Heather. You answer that.
Sure. I was just going to say, we are probably a little heavier on the Missouri side, and that's where we got started, especially because of our funding from Mark Solid Waste Management District. We were required to stay on that side for a while, but now that has opened up for us. So we are also on the Kansas side in Johnson County. So we service both sides of the line, and it's probably close to about, right now, probably about 70-30, but we have a lot of inquiries coming in from the Kansas side.
Do you have residential pickup?
We do not have residential curbside pickup, and that's why we offer the dock stop sort of centralized location. And part of the positive, one of the positives to doing the dock stop model is that we can cut down on emissions by being in the community where people are already located. So if they're coming to us when they're already out running about on errands, we're not taking a vehicle door to door to door. And we are at this time trying to grow that model so that there's more awareness, and we are putting some new software into play. It's actually probably going to go live next week, which I think will make a tremendous difference in our reach in the community as far as, people knowing that we're out there doing this.
Do you teach people to compost?
Most definitely, yes. We offer sessions quite regularly online right now, especially with COVID. But they're very accessible, and we offer a minimum of one a month, but if we have more interest, we'll offer multiple in a month so people understand why they should do it and how to do it. And they're really quite quick. They only take about 15 minutes. And we also have additional resources on our website. So if people have questions or want to look at some other information, they can just navigate to our website, to our resources page.
Where do you do your composting?
So right now we primarily compost with Missouri Organic up in Liberty. And I believe, Carolyn, you asked earlier, or someone asked earlier, like, what is one of our barriers? And that is probably one of the challenges that we face as far as infrastructure goes. There aren't a whole lot of places in the metro to actually commercially compost. So, but we've been in talks with a variety of organizations, as well as, Solid Waste Management District, about infrastructure needs and that kind of thing.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
There's another question. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, you had mentioned during your presentation about the direct impact that people were having, and you'd send it their way. Mm-hmm. So I am very curious about what your key metrics are for tracking impact.
Sure. We typically inform customers of how much they've diverted in pounds, and then we convert that so that they understand how many pounds of food waste they have diverted, what that equals in carbon dioxide emissions and greenhouse gas emissions. And then we'll also convert that into something that's more meaningful to some people, because people might not know what thousands of pounds of CO2, like, is that good? Is that bad? So we'll usually give them a metric that revolves around how many cars they've taken off the road for a year, or how many miles that's like chosen not to drive, or something like that, so that it's meaningful to them.
Thank you for that. That's great.
Mm-hmm.
That's been really helpful in the marketing, because as many of you know, probably, I mean, people are supporting green businesses. So the more we can bolster their marketing efforts through this, those metrics have been really helpful. Also, Laura asked a question here. It says you see a lot of partnerships. Do you feel that someday your composting business process will be able to financially support all these programs? Yes, that is the goal. It's set up as a business and functions as a business, despite being the nonprofit under the nonprofit title. But we've done really well, and despite COVID, we're still looking hopefully at a break-even point for the business in 2022. So we're getting there. We're definitely getting there. We're not there yet, but getting close, and we do think the business will be able to support these additional programs.
And just for reference, we only just launched in May of 19, so we really are a very young organization.
Okay. Scott here, I think it's awesome what you guys are doing. One other thought of mine too is to look at the financial angle for solid waste costs and or landfill, because I know you got what you do diverts from that, and kind of ties in a little bit to what Michael was presenting, although he was looking at the recycling side, but a good composting program, I think, could make a measurable dent in solid waste costs for some businesses or some regions, like where there's a lot of restaurants or something like that. Maybe I don't know how to tie that in, but
absolutely, we've seen a lot already. Places like the Nelson Atkins was able to eliminate a full 8-yard dumpster a week. They have a ton of flowers, and so their businesses are going to start seeing, although it's tough in this environment, as Michael was saying, they will start seeing the benefits of diverting when, they can eliminate those extra dumpsters.
Well, I'm also thinking too, like I used to visit my kids at the grade school for lunch hour, and all the half-eaten trays of food would get just dumped into the trash, and it adds up pretty quickly. And if there was a educational program to teach, okay, empty your food waste into here, and then your paper into there, and then all that food waste could be, it weighs a lot, adds up quickly in volume, and maybe there's a cost savings or some angle on that could work there.
Absolutely. And the kids are the place to go. We've worked with a couple schools, and they get it instantly. I think if we can systematize this in a way for the city, that's our goal, is that whether you're at school or whether you're at Luce Park or on the plaza, people will, again, those cultural habits will begin to change over time. There's one more question by Caroline here. Places in Europe don't charge for pickup of recycling or compost bin, but charge high fee for trash.
Trash.
Explain what you're thinking there.
So these are just models for incentivizing and incentivizing compost and recycling, that you can put as much as you want in those, but if you put things in the trash bin, you're going to get charged for it.
I see.
As a way of using both carrot and stick behavior.
And I do think that that's something that is being done on the West Coast. Kristen, correct me if I'm wrong there, but I do think there are some models maybe in the San Diego area. Is that correct?
San Diego and up in, I think it's Seattle. It's kind of ebbed and flowed. I'm not sure what's happening with it, but they have implemented or tried. Yeah, yeah.
But it's definitely a great way to go. It's a great way to incentivize people to actually jump onto the recycling and composting bandwagons.
That was part of the argument when we installed curbside recycling, was that we would limit the amount of trash to, I guess we limited it to 2 bags, and then you had to pay if you had any more. So that was our meager start in that direction.
Got to start somewhere. We just need to push it farther, I think. Yeah.
Well, we really appreciate hearing about your program, and we commend the work that you're doing and hope that we will be able to be constructive collaborators with you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us today.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Bye.
real good.
Now I'm going to turn it over to the OEQ staff. I don't know, are we doing Laura and then Andy? Or?
Yep. Laura, you ready to go?
Okay.
Sure. Is it, I don't have my agenda. Is it the Environmental Achievement Awards next?
Yes, it is.
Okay. All right. So can everybody see my screen?
Oh my.
Yes.
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 All right. So welcome, guys. It's that time again. It's really, Andy was pointed out to me tonight that it was time to start this process again, and I couldn't believe how fast
I know.
the year has gone. So yeah, Environmental Achievement Awards 2021. I pretty much changed the dates on this, and then I'm going to reach out to you all. Last year, one of the things we added was special consideration will be given to projects with demonstrable social benefits, regenerative environmental practices, or employee initiative. And I guess my questions for you on the nomination form are, do we want to add anything else, like regarding special consideration to things dealing with COVID, or are we totally over that by now? Are you good with what we have on here as far as our award criteria?
I'm good with it. I think if we have a nominee who has done something exceptional in conjunction with the COVID emergency, that we may end up calling that out in the awards themselves, but I don't know that we want to make that a primary criteria. I'd be interested in what the others think.
I agree.
I agree, Carol.
Okay, awesome. So the next thing on this is last year we kind of pushed everything back a month due to COVID. So to get back on track with an awards ceremony in August, award being accepted by you all in July, we would have nominations due somewhere in June. I picked June 18th. It was a good healthy Friday, which gave you guys about a month to deliberate and come to who you wanted to be your final awardees before the July meeting. Is that okay with everyone?
Sounds fine.
Yeah, sounds good.
Easy stuff. Okay, and then the last and most important part is I need a committee. Who's gonna run this process this year, and who's gonna be on the committee? I'll roll my mustache. Do I see
Why
somebody?
don't people need to volunteer in the chat. This is something that I haven't done for a while, but I'd be willing to do this year.
Trying to remember, Molly has run it, I think, since the beginning of time. Even though she's only 24, she's run it since the beginning of time. And who all was on the team last year?
Scott?
Scott was on it?
I've been on it a couple times. I enjoy it a lot. I'm not sure. I may lay out this year because I got a lot of family stuff going on through there of my daughter that's relocating.
I'm happy to hop on. I've never done it, so.
Is that Nate?
Yep.
It's
Yay.
fun.
And I hope Carol does it because I really like working with Carol.
So do I. And I hope Molly runs it because she's really good at it, but I can't make her.
If you need me, and I'm always happy to participate.
Well, you do such a good job of putting the presentation together, and you got so many compliments on your online presentation last year.
Right.
Oh, well, let's hope we're not online this year.
I think 3's good enough to start, and then if there's someone else who'd like to join, then we will include them.
Sounds good to me. I will send out an email to everyone.
Yep, keep me on the possible list. We'll just see the way it goes.
Okay, I will add you as a possible. I can get back to the right form. I've got too many things open and I can't find my. All right. Okay, I guess the next thing then on the agenda that's me is the Climate Protection and Resiliency Plan update. So we had our initial meeting with the consultant team. That group consisted of OEQ staff, people from our communications department, and our planning department. So we all kind of got together, met with the team, and set up next steps. The first thing we set up was starting work on our equity-focused education and engagement plan, how we were going to reach out to the citizens of Kansas City and beyond. And we had a meeting. We've had one meeting for that team. That one is made up of our staff, planning, communications, and then we brought the Center for Neighborhoods in. So I think Jake was on this call, so he got to sit in on this and see how our process is going through. And as part of that equity and engagement process, we also have worked with our planning department. Those of you who have participated with the Comprehensive Plan in Kansas City on their Bang the Table platform, where you could go out and actually work, answer surveys and do mapping and kind of figure out what's going on in Kansas City and let your voice be heard. They have granted us a space under that comprehensive plan framework at the kcplaybook.com website. So we will have our own separate website housed under theirs, but by doing it that way, we can grab specific outreach for the climate plan, but also pull all of the data they have received from the comp plan in the environmental areas. And going forward, then all of the folks that feed into the sustainability plan specifically that are interested in working on that plan will also be put on the list for the comprehensive plan, so we can actually get maybe some more environmental advocates involved in the comprehensive planning process. So we thought overall that would be a really good way to start everything off. Our next steps, what we're working on right now is Brindle Group had put in their proposal that they would host interns, that we would host interns and that they would pay for those interns. We sort of during our outreach and engagement planning process turned that on its head a little bit. And so we've decided that we're probably most likely going to go for a hybrid approach where we have them hire one intern that is a college age person that's interested in moving forward in this field and work with them on all the processes and the soft skills. And then the rest of the funding will go to support the work of some climate justice workers. And we're thinking that will actually be existing neighborhood climate advocates or advocates in various environmental fields that within the neighborhoods that are already doing this work. And then we could support their work and increase their presence by paying them to do what they already do best, which is reach out to their neighborhoods that they know and get the word out about this important work. So that's kind of where we're sitting right now. On the climate plan, we have our next meeting next week for the outreach and engagement team, and hopefully we'll have a little bit better direction then. I know things move slowly when you've got to have a lot of moving parts, and that's kind of where we are. And then once we get that engagement plan done, we've already sent information on the various committees and important departments and political figures to include for interviewing. So our climate consultant will be reaching out to do interviews with folks very shortly to get the full holistic picture of where we are as a city, internally city operations on our path to climate neutrality. I think that's all I've got right now on the climate plan. Any questions?
Sounds good.
Okay. We'll keep you posted and we'll get you in front of the Brindle group here shortly.
Andy?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura.
Thank you, Laura.
I have to step out for a few minutes. I'll be back shortly.
Okay, thanks, Laura. All right, so I'm going to go through a variety of things here kind of quickly. And if you have questions, certainly run them by me at the end. First off, of course, next week is Earth Day. So there's a variety of different opportunities to get involved. I'm just going to kind of touch on a couple of things. Next week is the beginning of the Show Me Green sales tax holiday. So the city did, we opted in again for, I think, the 9th or 10th time now. So that runs April 19th through the 25th. And just as a reminder, that kind of exempts sales tax on Energy Star appliances up to $1,500 of the cost of the appliance. I believe the county's also opted in. Good opportunity to kind of replace some appliances if you haven't already done so with Energy Star.
Andy?
Yeah.
And to interrupt, which county?
It should be Clay County, Platte County. It's just the counties in Missouri. And Jackson, I believe, as well.
Okay.
Jackson, Platte, and Clay have all opted in this year.
Yep.
Thanks.
All right. I think Laura brought it up at the last meeting. The city is participating with UMKC on the NOAA's, it's the 2021 Urban Heat Mapping Campaign. They had an announcement about that this morning, about the partnership. And so kind of stay tuned for further details on that. As you know, this is a heat sensor project. They're going to be looking for volunteers from the community to kind of help with the heat sensors. Sorry, I've got some feedback. So there'll be some reaching out for volunteers to kind of ride their bikes or drive various routes around the city during one of the hottest days of the summer to kind of provide kind of a map of the city. It's kind of tailored more towards Jackson County than anywhere else, but stay tuned on further details for that. Also, the City Nature Challenge will get kick-started actually April 30th. So there is a website for that on the city's website. So if you're interested in doing that, I think Laura talked a little bit about that at the last meeting as well, where it's a good opportunity to kind of get out in nature with your friends and family and kind of inventory various animals and plants and fauna, take pictures and upload them. So it's, again, that's going to run April 30th through May 3rd. And that's the City Nature Challenge. In terms of next week, the mayor is going to be issuing a proclamation proclaiming next week Earth Week. So there'll be other activities identified, I believe, in the proclamation. But anyhow, that was kind of exciting that the mayor signed on for that. Parks is doing a variety of things, so feel free to check out the Parks Department website. They've got a dig day with parks. They've got a spring cleaning event, and they're doing a Paseo Boulevard litter cleanup on April 19th. So, wide variety of things kind of going on from various perspectives in the city, from different departments, different divisions. So, kind of getting into some bigger projects. Kind of want to make an announcement that we kind of looked at the Lead for Cities as an opportunity for us to kind of bring some focus to Kansas City in the Midwest. So we went ahead and were offered an opportunity to apply to the 2021 Lead for Cities Local Government Leadership Program, and it's kind of being funded by Bank of America to kind of help cities pursue certification with LEED for cities. So several of you probably aware of the city went through the STAR community rating process back probably about 4 years ago now. This kind of morphed into the Lead for Cities program, and we kind of looked at it last year. We didn't really feel that it was really a good time for us to start that. However, this time with Bank of America kind of funding certain aspects of the certification process, we decided this was probably a good time, along with our climate action planning, since we're going to be looking at a lot of data and we're going to have a lot of information at our disposal. So anyways, this is a year-long project. We were selected as one of 15 communities across the country to participate in this year's cohort. So we'll be starting that at the end of this month. So we may be reaching out for input information through the course of the year. The project team is going to be myself and OEQ, and we're going to be trying to use some of the fellows with the city to assist in this project, as well as reaching out to our local partners. So thank you for those for those of you that submitted a letter of recommendation for us. That was very useful, and appreciate that. Thank you. Just kind of a quick update on the energy code. So I know several of you know that the 2021 IECC has been published and it's out there. I've had some conversations with Greg about where we're going to go from here. Also met with Jeff Williams, he's the director of the city planning department, and we kind of talked about what strategies we could use to kind of engage the community and the public. And I think what we kind of decided to do is use the climate protection planning process as the initial vehicle to do that. So we are, of course, through that process will be some detailed looks at energy and a particular probably working group of some type to address energy issues. And we feel that the energy code will probably be addressed in that particular group. So I think Greg and city planning are wanting to defer any activities on their part until we vet the code through the climate protection planning process. So there's going to be a little bit of a tie-in to the comprehensive plan as well. They've got various strategy groups as part of the comprehensive plan, and there's one particular strategy group that they have that is more technical in nature. So city planning is offering to use that strategy group, and they don't have a makeup of who's going to make that group up yet, but to kind of help with the more maybe more detailed analysis or looking at the code as well. So whatever we can't tackle in the climate protection planning work groups may get kind of pushed into the strategy group as part of the comprehensive plan. So it's kind of what it looks like so far. I've kind of briefed Councilwoman Boo and Councilman Bunch on the strategy. So we're still kind of working out some of the details, but I think that's where we're going right now with that. Any questions about energy code? Okay. The streetlight LED conversion project is where we're with that. That went out for bid a little bit over a month ago. The city did receive 5 proposals for that project, and as of right now, we're sort of in an evaluation process with staff and the city manager. I can't really go into any particular details about the bidders and or where we are in the process, but just letting you know that we did get at least 5 bids, and we are in the process of going through that selection process. So as those details can become public, we'll certainly let you know and get the word out about that.
Andy?
Yeah.
On the street lights, do we have any idea about maintenance and repair and sort of distribution this never occurred to me, but I actually have a student in St. Louis who is researching this in St. Louis, and it turns out places that have the most non-functioning streetlights are exactly where we would think, in, you know, on the east side or in your low income, which actually then contributes to safety and those kinds of issues as well.
Yeah, so the streetlight folks, they really had to kind of pull some data together to be able to provide that to our finance department, because one of the drivers on this, of course, is the cost savings to the city. This is part of the bigger budget package that passed recently, and how the city's going to save dollars. So there was quite a bit of data pulled together by Streets and Traffic in addressing the types of lights, where they are currently, with the expected changes to the new LED lights. So they really need to kind of get down into, you know, what those cost savings are, not just from the energy perspective, but from the maintenance perspective as well. So a lot of that, and they're really banking on the savings on the maintenance side to really kind of help carry this program and kind of, you know, and that's part of it, is trying to figure out how you're going to pay for this up front. That's still part of the conversation going on as well. So finance is involved, Streets and Traffic's involved, we're involved from the environmental perspective. And I don't know if I hope I captured your question on that one, Molly.
Well, I just hadn't thought of this as a social justice issue before.
Yeah.
And I'm so glad one of my students brought it to my attention and showing, yes, it is. I'm assuming they're mapping this using GIS, that, you know, where the lights are and where they need to be fixed. And since we're always talking about keeping sustainability as a layer in which we look at everything through that lens, it might not, and I get the whole point of this is savings in finance and stuff. But can somebody then take a quick look and say, oh, look, most of the ones that need to be repaired are here. And maybe it's not an issue in Kansas City. I don't know.
Right. Well, I'll look at it a little bit more closely, see, and we can certainly send an email over to Mahmood to ask them how do they know when a light is out or not. I know a lot of those calls do come in through 311 from the public. So when you dial 311, you can report a light out anytime, and
Right.
they actually go into the parcel viewer. They'll actually ask you specifically if there's usually a number on those poles. So they'll ask for the number off the pole, even if the resident can provide that, then that's what they're going to use to track that light down. So
Okay.
In terms of an automated system, I don't know what that looks like, but I know at least the community can report those through 311.
So it's knowable.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. Just want to kind of give you a heads up. This Kansas City and other cities are kind of working with various organizations like the Urban Drawdown Initiative and Davy Group and the Trust for Public Lands. Because of President Biden's climate action and what he's wanting to do, there's a pretty big campaign going on about trees, and they're kind of creating this campaign called the Trees for Community Recovery. So Mayor Lucas and several other mayors signed on to a letter kind of helping to promote for President Biden the need to include dollars to look at, you know, forestry to be recognized as critical infrastructure. So the purpose is to kind of help focus on developing new urban tree nurseries, enhancing the workforce training opportunities, job creation, facilitating tree planting, particularly in areas with low tree equity. There's even some conversations about how we can get maintenance included in that as well, besides just tree planting. So there's movement going on in that realm. There was a letter submitted to President Biden and his folks. And so there are various stimulus packages and vehicles being looked at as how that might happen. But that letter has been submitted, and our next steps is we're trying to put together kind of a guidance document for cities on, what does it look like to be shovel ready for when that stimulus happens. So what kinds of projects, how do we get in line for getting access to those dollars? So it's interesting too that not just from this particular issue about urban forestry, but the city managers also been hearing a lot of these kinds of infrastructure, dollars possibly being available. So I know there's some questions from the commissioners about what's the city budget look like, what are the plans for stimulus dollars for the city, and one of the things that the city manager is doing right now is to kind of try to compile a list of what are those shovel-ready projects that we have, or what are our needs. So various departments, all the departments are looking at what are those projects that we can kind of put on a list and kind of that we might consider as shovel-ready projects, so that as these opportunities present themselves, we're ready to go. And so that's kind of going on behind the scenes as well. Kind of staying with that topic, I guess, about the budget and stimulus. The city was notified that we did receive, I think it was around 180 or 190 million dollars. Half of it is this year, and the other half will be next year. And so what is going to be the plan for that money? It's still being kind of decided. All I can say at this point is that a chunk of that money will go to replace what was already drawn from our contingency fund that basically carried us through the last year. So they want to kind of put some of that money back into that fund. And from there, then they're going to look at what are those priorities that the council has. So of course, the council's putting together their list. And then of course, the departments are putting together our lists to add to that. But the priority, I think, is that I heard is that they're, come up with ideas or initiatives or projects that really tries to get that money into the hands of the community. So that's about, I think, the only really details I was able to get about the stimulus dollars that we just recently got. Let's see, anything else? Okay.
I was hoping that there would be some relief for the city staff from all the financial pressure and the pay reductions and all that.
Well, and there was, I would say there is some of that. In terms of one of the things that was on the chopping block but was put back was there were not going to be particular pay raises for anybody that was considered management staff. So they put that back, and that usually amounts to a 2% raise per year. So that was put back. Right now, we are going through a early retire, or not really an early, it's just a retirement incentive package. And so there are about 600 city employees that are eligible for retirement right now. And so the city offered a variety of options to city staff that if they were willing to take retirement, then you'd be eligible for this particular incentive. And right now we're getting to the point where the last, you have until like the end of April to submit your intent to retire. And then I believe your retirement has to be effective by the end of August if you take this latest round. So as of now, I think the total count of folks out of the 600 is about around 150 city employees are taking the retirement, but there's still a week or two left to submit your notification. So what's going to happen, and the purpose of this, of course, is again budget cutting a little bit. If we have positions that become available through retirement, then we are more or less going to be required to keep the position vacant for 6 months to kind of capture some of those cost savings. And then, of course, after that, then we can go to backfill. If I have current positions vacant, then I don't have to wait 6 months. I can go forward with putting in a request for those positions to be filled, and it goes through a internal process to be approved. Right now, I'm actually 2 positions down now. I had Kayleen Garrels, one of my environmental officers, has left our office and has decided to go back to school to become a teacher. So her last day was last week. So we're down another person. So I think that position I'll have more luck getting filled probably in the next month or 2. The previous position that I had to let somebody go for, that's going to be a harder fight to get. So that's about the only relief I see out of the stimulus dollars at this point.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, we've had a lot of internal conversations among the departments, just what the retirement incentive, what that's going to look like. And anytime they do this, it really affects all the departments, and then how we all interact with each other and your connections and your networking. That brain drain that you have when you have so many people leave at once, it really makes things challenging for a while. And part of the caveat to the retirement is you cannot come back. I mean, sometimes in past retirements, they'll offer contracts and all those things to maybe bring somebody back. It's very hard lined. There's no coming back, even, down the road. So if you leave, that's it. You're not coming back to the city. So there's been some pressure to try to relieve that a little bit, because we're having such a hard time with maintenance workers and equipment operators. I know Michael could probably tell you all day about, the need for the solid waste services, that those employees, if any of them decided to retire, to not be able to bring them back, maybe in a different position, like as a equipment operator, that's a hardship. So.
Thank you, Andy. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, I was just going to throw out, you talked about some stuff that's struck me there, Andy. I don't know what to suggest for any of the items you're dealing with, but when you mentioned some of these things, just for the sake of the group here, you mentioned trees and things that's like I don't know much about, but I did just finish reading this book, The Walkable City by Jeff Speck. I think I mentioned it earlier, but I finally finished the book. And I was just blown away. He's got sections there describing the benefits of trees to cities, and not only just walkability, but cost savings and water, control and all these things. And so at least as a reference source for some of these kinds of things to get data behind things and some of his analysis, you don't have to reinvent the wheel. That would be an awesome source for you.
Right.
Maybe you already know it.
Well, and the thing to keep in mind also is we do have an urban forest master plan, and that was approved by council a year ago. So we have a plan, and the problem with that plan, and even council admitted it, was that it was not funded. So, try to find funding opportunities to address that plan. It's tricky. And so the stimulus, this particular campaign is to help hopefully address that need. Council has gone to the city manager and has inquired, well, how are we going to try to fund that particular plan? So, being in the city manager's office, and, I'm offering up whatever avenue I can find to find ways to fund various components of the plan, whether it's more trees, more maintenance, staffing, there's, other parts of that plan that need to be looked at. So, yeah.
Well, and when you mentioned infrastructure too, part of what he covers in his book is streetcars and the types of things that have worked and not worked in different cities around the country in that respect. So there may be some other shovel-ready things that I'm sure you guys are all over there. But again, I was just really impressed with that as a possible reference for getting data and substance behind some of that kind of stuff.
Thank you. Andy, I did not make the air quality forum meeting yesterday. Do you have a report from that meeting?
Yeah, I can just say that it was more or less a update on the forecast for the upcoming ozone season. Was not a particularly good forecast, so I'm not sure I want to go over it. But basically, you're looking at the way the forecast is looking, it's going to be periods of drought through the summer, hotter than normal. The fall being less moisture than usual. However, come winter, come fall, late fall, winter, then you're looking at something more on the average on rainfall, snowfall, that kind of thing. So how that translates, of course, is how does that look? What does that look like in terms of ozone alerts and the ozone season? So when you have higher temperatures, drier conditions, got more of an opportunity for ozone production. And so we're looking at probably, we've been very fortunate the past, what's it been, 2 or 3 years now with minimal to no ozone alerts. It's really been we've had a good stretch, but the forecast from Whether or Not was basically, they were looking at maybe 10, 15, maybe 20, it was looking more like a year from the one of the worst years in ozone season history. So that was probably the main presentation, I think. Trying to think what else. Tom Jacobs kind of gave an update on the climate action plan for the region, and just letting folks know it's out now. It's been approved by the board, and they're looking for how are they going to engage with the region? So what is it how can the Air Quality Forum support the plan, and what does the region want from the plan, or how are they going to implement the various strategies that are in it? So I think Tom was sort of looking for some suggestions or some feedback on that, and there really wasn't a lot of conversation or dialogue about it. So I think they're going to just kind of think on it for a little bit, and then they'll come back with a suggestion down the road. That's about all I'd have from the Air Quality Forum.
Thank you, Andy. Are there any other reports from any other commissioners?
Well, I want to talk about Johnson Sioux.
Okay.
Shall I do it?
Sure.
Well, I guess what I really want to know is if anybody has digested any of the videos that I've handed out or sent around on email, and if not, do you need help with them, or is it something I need? Feedback is what I'd like to have, and then I'd also like victims. I want somebody to. I've built 3 Johnson Sioux this year so far, and I'm about to build a Johnson Sioux while I'm doing a charcoal burn at KC Farm School, Kansas City, Kansas, the Gibbs Road greenhouse area. Used to be Cultivate Kansas City, and it'd be a place to go to really talk about it a little bit. I talked about biochar for a long time, and it sort of I think of other ways of saying it, but anyway, what do you think of it? Speak. Anybody?
Marty, I have been watching these things, and I'm totally hyped on this. I think it's really, really interesting. I'm trying to find you a microbiology student who can incorporate this into research, but I think it's great stuff.
Well, there's a lot of good minds in this group,
Mm-hmm.
And if you guys could help me with the deficits that I have, and turn my deficits into assets or whatever it takes to push this forward. I mean, you're talking about the climate, and this is about climate. We're talking about a drought. Well, if our soils held more water, which this Johnson Sioux would help, then we might not have that drought. We'd have a microclimate in Kansas City, which held a lot of water, would put it up in the atmosphere, and would fall back down as rain. I mean, and we move out across the prairie. We've got, I mean, take a handful of soil. You've got as many organisms in there as there are people on Earth, and they know how to sequester carbon. Now multiply that handful by the number of handfuls in your yard. Now then multiply that same handful by the number of handfuls on Earth. How many entities that know how to do something, who know how to sequester carbon, let's put them to work.
So Marty, I think you're doing all the right things. You're physically building these things all over town. You've got them at the farm, Gibbs Farm. You've got it at the farm on the east side. And you're going to possibly build one at Kansas City Community Gardens?
I hope so. I've petitioned them. I've got, they're going to talk, he's going to talk to, the farm manager is going to talk to the director. And we'll see how that goes. I've got a sign that we can put with it. The thing is that I'm excited about it and you're excited about it because we've both looked at it. Yeah. Now I'm hoping that other people in this group and other places will look at it. And then the energy will move if this is worth doing, if this is practical.
Johnson is a microbiologist, but man, his PowerPoints stink. They are really not digestible.
If you eat them 3 times, they are just like a cow.
But so Marty, since my class, my big class always goes to Cultivate KC Juniper Farms this time of year, but we can't this year because we can't gather in large groups. So I showed Kiss the Ground as a movie for the class this week. It is a fantastic movie. If you haven't seen it,
I have.
It's very, very positive, and it doesn't talk specifically about the Johnson Sioux, but where I see the next level up is how do you get this stuff out into the rural ag, not just your urban farmers, but to really make a difference in soil sequestration. We've got to bridge this urban-rural divide somehow and get big ag into doing this.
There is a Johnson Sioux Facebook group that you could look at, and there are a lot of farmers all over the world working on this. There's a lot of enthusiasm. A lot of people do get how important this is.
Mm-hmm. So, and the folks at Kiss the Ground are also working with farmers specifically on this.
Yeah, there's some amazing things going on, but there's just not enough of them.
Right. Well,
so Marty, I also looked at this, and I'm a little like Molly. Those presentations are lousy, and I keep looking for one of his students or someone to put together a more digestible, more engaging, more clear.
Well, give me a team.
Yeah. I think that's right.
I think
in a way that maybe that's something we could do, is to put together someone to take that and convert it to something that people can understand without becoming scientists.
Well, I can help. So, but I can't. I don't have the time to do all the videoing and all that stuff, and there's more research needs to happen. I've got too many balls in the air already.
How do we get Parks and Rec to adopt this?
Well, I don't know.
So they're using it on all the things that we have to do lawn maintenance for.
I could talk to them. I mean, if I who should I talk to? Does anybody have an in with anybody that I could,
Stephen Van Ryn, and we should do a pilot at Lakeside Nature Center. I think he'd be really into that.
I'd love to do one there. I'll build it tomorrow.
I'll talk to Stephen and I'll send an email, Marty, to him tonight, copy you on it.
Okay, please do. I'll put one anywhere.
I think that's a great idea. That way you start getting more people using it.
Yeah, if more people saw it and then started considering it, and it's a learning curve, it's.
I like that idea though, that finding a small pilot in the city and then maybe using that as an educational and as a way so that other people can know what to do and how to get the stuff to do it with.
And he's already doing this. You got one at Gibbs Farm, the KC Farm School.
I was just over there today, and we're planning for that one on May 1. So come over. Tell people. I'll put it out to the list.
Great.
Anyway, well, thank you. I appreciate your listening.
After April, I'll be able to find you some students, Marty. Just April is just the most insane month of our year.
Okay. Well, thanks.
It seems like eventually we need to get the people who are selling the alternatives to Johnson Sioux to adopt it and start selling it.
Yeah, like the lawn people.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Well, I have a plan to put it in 7 lawns in my neighborhood where the garden is. And I will do that. I mean, the rain has kind of held me up, and not being a lawn person, anybody that knows what my yard looks like, it's not a lawn.
It's magnificent.
I know, but yeah.
Marty, is it something that Missouri Organics or, that's a different kind of composting?
I talk to Stan Slaughter 2 or 3, 4 times a week, and he works there.
I know.
Okay. So yeah, and they've given me some compost free to play with, and I'm going to play with some more of it. But I can only shovel so much of that stuff. I'm an old fart.
Not going to touch that one.
I know, it's a 4-letter word. It's a mild one though. More ways than one.
Well,
Okay.
Marty, I think you are on the right track. We just need to get more people on the train.
Well, I'll give away tickets.
I think that Bob's right. We need a better presentation, and then we need to get it to more ears.
Okay. Well, we'll get it. Yeah. Okay. I don't know where to go with it from here.
You're gonna meet with Parks and Rec and get one set there.
I'm ready.
And then we're gonna get some research on it.
Okay, let's do it.
Maybe one of the city, what are they? I'm not the fellows that come in the summertime. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
Well, Andy does. Do you know what I'm talking about? The fellows that come?
Well, yeah. Laura, you're going to say something about the fellows?
AmeriCorps or?
It might be interesting to have one of them take a look at some sort of environmental training regarding doing things differently that would address moisture retention and heat island and productivity. I mean, you could blend a lot of things in with this.
Oh, yeah.
And it would address a lot of city issues. And if you had a good presentation, you could start planting the idea, maybe even before you planted a lot of amended soil.
Right.
Those fellows are public policy, I don't know what you'd say, advocates. And maybe you'll find one of them that has an environmental interest and would like to take it on.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, go ahead, Andy.
no, go ahead, Laura.
I was going to say, we've only got 2 fellows, I think, coming on this year because of COVID issues and others. And we're going to be using them for our Leads for Cities process if we can. And I mean, we might be able to work something into that, but they kind of rotate between departments. And so Parks would have to put them on that.
I sent you a link for a grant too, Marty.
Oh, good. Oh, all right. Good. Now I need the grant writer.
You and everybody in town.
Do we have any remarks from visitors? We haven't taken time for that just yet.
Yes, hello. My name is Deanne Gregory. I'm a visitor here and I would like to make a couple of comments.
Please do.
Thank you. I've been closely actually following the city's update to their streetlight systems. And I've also been doing a lot of work just learning all about everything there is to know about artificial light and the impact on the environment. And I'm going to go ahead and put in the chat
Would you check to see if you're muted?
Sorry, I was muted. These LED lights that the city is looking at, and many other cities have already installed, they do last 15 to 20 years. They last a long time, and they are a huge improvement environmentally, so that's a good thing. But however, they do have a potential significant environmental impact on the urban environment, including, nocturnal species that needs to be examined. And, 2 of the cities that have designed their LED systems with public participation are Salt Lake City and Denver. So they both had extensive public participation. They considered environmental impacts prior to installing their new LED streetlight systems. Kansas City has actually not done that. And this would be a good opportunity for our city, to really look at this, because we do have 90,000 streetlights. So we are a very large system on the Missouri Flyway. We need to make sure that our new LED lights do not cause unnecessary additional harm to the natural environment. And so I'm here to advocate and to ask, I'm here to ask the Environmental Management Commission to encourage the city to make environmental considerations prior to signing the contract. They did, as you know, already do the request for proposals. I looked at all the bids. So I'm very familiar with their process and every single, actually, of the 24 luminaires that they're considering. So, the city, it would be good if they would look at environmental considerations. For example, like there's some really simple snap-on dimmers that would be available. They're preset, and they significantly would reduce, because the lights that Kansas City is looking at are extremely high in luminescence. It would be really important for the environment for the city to install dimmers. And so I want you to know I have about 20 scientific articles about this, and I would be happy to provide additional information to the commission and to OEQ either now or at a later time. But I am asking EMC to look at this. So thank you. I'm open to questions.
Thank you. Andy, where are we in the process, and is there an opportunity for this information to be shared as you evaluate the proposals?
Right. So Deanne and Sierra Club and others did submit. We gave them an opportunity to provide us, their specifications or their concerns. That was gathered up back, I don't know what it was, 6 weeks ago or so, to kind of be used to help craft the RFP, and for folks to kind of look at that information and consider that. So I know our office definitely looked at it, as well as Public Works, the city manager. I believe they submitted that information to council as well. So if not, they can correct me on that, but I do believe I saw something was sent to council about it. So I would say that the right folks know already. They have that information. They may not have all the studies that Deanne is referring to, but I mean, certainly you're welcome to send that to me. I can certainly forward it to the committee. That certainly doesn't preclude the commission from sending its own support letter one way or the other about what you would like for the city to consider in the selection process. As of right now, I can say, I mean, there's no, I can't say, I mean, there's been no formal decisions made as far as I know. So at this point, you can certainly submit your letter and go from there. But
So
I would say that most of the gist of the information of what I believe Deanne is referring to was already submitted to everybody on the committee and relevant folks. So I'm not sure if this gets you more other than the voice of the commission. That would be added.
Mm-hmm. So one question I have about it is, how would the energy savings really work, since we don't have a metered system and we haven't renegotiated the contract with Evergy? How would the city recover, the energy savings?
Yeah, so that is being dealt with currently between Public Works and Evergy, the discussion of what that rate would look like with the new LED lights. There have been more concrete discussions in terms of on the maintenance side and on the savings on that. So that's about all I can say about it at the moment.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because it would definitely save money on the maintenance side, so there's no question about that, and that would be a good thing.
Well, I mean, the metering part was important to me, and I'm not sure. I mean, I was certainly asking for metered, options on that, just because of the Renewable Direct program, where in its current form doesn't allow us to capture the streetlights in the RD program because the RD has to be metered accounts. So, having conversations with Evergy about how can we meter those lights in such a way that we can capture that whole program under RD to be renewable. So, that was one option I think was in the RFP was, some type of meters. Of course, the dimmers were put in there. The 4,000 versus the 3,000 Kelvin were put in there. So there were a variety of options put in there for consideration, and that's kind of what the staff are sorting through now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I would say that, I mean, I don't disagree that public participation in the process couldn't have been more robust or certainly more planned out and thorough, but I can only do so much. The city manager has a mission to kind of address the budget concerns for the city in an expeditious way. And I would say that we made the pitch for some type of community participation prior to, and even so far, I'm still promoting that, whatever we decide we want to do, I think it wouldn't hurt to do a pilot project or two in the community to allow the community to kind of look at the options. So, our office is making the arguments and making folks aware of the issues. At the end of the day, it's the city manager and the group committee decision that will prevail.
Mhm. So is that something
Annie,
that go ahead.
I appreciate that part of the report, and Deanne, we appreciate your interest. And as you know, we have heard from Sierra Club and a number of others, and I think we did express those concerns clearly through Andy and our staff to the rest of the city. But I'm embarrassed to say I'm not clear on your sense of how we were heard before and how that has already influenced the process and what our current options are. I guess I'm being a little more knowledgeable about that. At least would help me and I think other commission members.
So Bob, you're asking me a question?
Yes, I am.
Okay, can you rephrase your question?
Sure. I know that we heard from the Sierra Club and other interested parties before, and I know that we asked you to raise these questions with Public Works, and I know you did, but what I'm not too clear on is what you think their response was and the next steps are to achieve the right outcome. And I think in a way that's what we're hearing from Deanne at this point. So having us all better informed about that and what can be done might help us make the right move.
Yeah, so because we're in the middle of the conversation of this contract, I'm trying to be very careful about saying anything I'm not supposed to say.
Appreciate that.
So with that, I can say that our office is representing the interests of the environmental perspective and that of the commission, verbally and in writing, and just, we've done our own bit of research as well and provided that to the committee for their consideration. In terms of the decision being made, consensus and/or, and I don't know what the weight of the city manager will be in that decision-making process, but all I can say is we're giving it the best faith effort we can do. Again, I thought that the commission did already provide something in writing. I mean, between the Sierra Club and Deanne, I know Don sent some stuff, Don Wallace. I know we provided that all to Public Works. I do recall a letter to the council that did get to the city manager as well. I know I've had conversations with the city manager about it. So, I mean, it's that they're aware of these issues. So if the commission has not done any formal letter, I don't know what more, we can certainly do that, but I don't know that that's going to gain us anything more. They're aware of the issues.
I believe we did. I think we did provide a letter, but at any rate, more importantly is where are they in the process and what can we do now to be effective to help you get the right outcome? Yeah, I would say, I mean, again, I would be all for it if you wanted to make an argument for the public perspective of this, a public opportunity for stakeholder involvement or engagement in that. I was kind of, personally, I really wish it had spent more time up front prior to going to an RFP to engage the community, to kind of talk about what they would like in the system. I saw that happened in other cities around the country. It didn't happen in all of them. It happened in some of them. And in some cases, it happened after the fact as well. Just like Kansas City, you go forward with a project, they install certain lights, they get a lot of negative criticisms, and then they have to go back and change them. Some cities actually did a pilot project or two where they set up a street or two with
one set of lights is this and another set of lights is that. Check it out, see what you think, and see what the public comes back at, you know. So I provided all of those options to the city manager and to the committee. In terms of a decision, I guess I just kind of have to defer to the city manager to make that call as to if they choose to do that or not in the decision-making process. Right now, it's not being considered, but I've offered it as an option. So if I think that might be helpful to offer up a letter again, maybe, or reach out to council and say, hey, we really are hoping for some opportunity to provide public input into the LED streetlight project because it's 97,000 lights. I mean, it's a lot of lights. It's a lot of folks.
Yeah.
So, I mean, and I think Public Works would kind of, I know they went through a process earlier on about the specifications and the lighting standards, and there wasn't really any public input into that, at least not that I can see. So that's what they often refer back to is, well, we went through a process with the public and there wasn't really any engagement at that part. So, what's different now? So.
Yeah, when I found out about that, I even asked this, city about that, and they did. I mean, I haven't watched the city clerk's, archives on that, and apparently there was just one sort of meeting that was an opportunity for people to engage with. But yeah, and that was in, I guess, maybe 2019, July, something like that. And but at that time it wasn't even on anybody's radar. So yeah, it just wasn't there. And then this last RFP, they was fast tracked. So it was very difficult to get any opportunity to engage on it. So now that the RFPs have come back, I'm watching every week to see, what's happening. So if there's any way to sort of engage and let people know a little bit more, maybe even a heads up, that would be helpful too.
Yeah, and that's the thing is we're in the contracting process. We can't do that. I mean, until it goes to council for consideration, that's essentially the first time the public would actually see anything.
No, that's what I mean. Yeah, I mean that.
I mean, that's it. I mean, we can't discuss anything. I mean, my hands are tied about even what I'm saying. I'm actually a little concerned. I may have said more than I should say, but and the thing also to consider, and I know this, Deanne, because you've done the research. As much research that's out there that says, the negative effects of 4,000 Kelvin or higher, some folks are pulling research that says that it's not a problem. That there's more recent research that says there's no effect on the natural environment. So, I saw both sides of the story, and you look at cities, even like I think Portland was one that you think is fairly progressive and environmental, and they went with 4,000 lights, and they vehemently spoke out against 3,000. So
right. I don't think anyone is actually looking just at the color temperature as a singular issue, but since the luminaires that are being proposed are 35,000 lumens compared to, say, Salt Lake City with 15,000 lumens for the exact same street type, so they're 3 times brighter. So then we're putting out that much more 4,000 K, which is, and so that's where the concern comes in. So when the RFP had the dimming, in it, then it was like, well, maybe they'll use the dimming, and so we can all advocate for that. But now it's looking like that's not even going to. I've talked to the streetlight engineer several times, and it's it's really a concern. So thank you. I appreciate, Andy, you're taking the time to talk about this and to and to share with us what you've done. It's really appreciated.
No, you're welcome. I mean, we're trying to represent as best as we can. So, I mean, obviously, anytime the commission can get involved or the public can get involved, it would certainly be helpful to help support, our office as well. And in these particular projects where we're kind of a small group of folks, dealing with much larger departments, so.
So Deanne, a question for you. Have cities, well, I guess two questions. One is, have cities recently done pilot projects and then allowed public response and then purchased? And or have cities installed a system and then later, because of reaction, they had to shut down and start over? Is there evidence on either of those?
Well, and Salt Lake City is a 2020 project. I'm pretty sure they had extensive public participation. I know San Francisco definitely had extensive public participation. Washington, D.C. started off without it, and they had so many complaints that they now have a citizen advisory committee, and they really are listening to their. But what comes to mind are the 5 cities, Chicago, LA, Washington, D.C., Seattle, and New York City, that all started out with 4,000 K color temperature, and they have all now committed to 3,000 or lower because of the harmful environmental impacts associated with the 4,000 K. And then the other thing to look at is there's not one single city that started out with 3,000 or lower and then went, to 4,000. So there's just really a lot of evidence. Since we are a late adopter, that's kind of, one of the primary things to look at is, like, if you look at Houston, it's got a very bright light system with the residents say the sky is white at night, and that is almost exactly the same type of system we're preparing to install here in Kansas City, and it's just undesirable for a lot of people. Does that answer your question, Bob?
It's very helpful. Yeah. Thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm a little bit at a loss as to how we put our finger on the scale at this point.
Deanne, do you have my, this is Marty Kraft. Do you have my contact information?
No.
Well, it's 816-400-2277.
Okay.
I might have some ideas. I don't know. I'll try.
Carol, I would just say, if the commission is interested in doing something, until an ordinance goes to council, you still have time, whatever you want to do.
Who could we address the letter to? Normally we would address it to the mayor with a copy to the city manager, and just express our concerns. I'm going to put you on the spot, though. I need somebody to help draft it. But if we wanted to express our concern, highlight again the environmental things that we were concerned about before, and then express our concern that it might be good to have some actual experience with this, have a test area, and see what the experience actually is and how people in Kansas City feel about it. Is that basically what we want to do? Reiterate the environmental concerns and also suggest that there should be some experiential testing before full commitment?
Carol, I think that's the right path. And if we can get help from Deanne and others about the basic facts. It seems to me, first, I would ask Andy to confirm that we did send a letter before, which I think we did.
Yeah, I'll check into that.
And then secondly, getting the facts, and I think proposing to the council at this point, to the manager and to Public Works, that they consider, given these concerns, keep coming to us. And we learned that other cities made a step in this direction and then caught the feedback and then had all this trouble. We would suggest at this point that they, at a minimum, create a pilot project first for public review or something like that. I think that might be a case that the manager in Public Works might respond to.
The other question I have is there a cost consideration in this that we're not aware of?
Well, you know, I looked at the bids, and the bids they're between about 19.5 million to 34 million just to install the 90,000, or actually it's like 83,000 LED lights, and then there's an additional 6,000 that have already been installed. So there's a question about whether those should be changed back. Does that what you're asking, Carol?
I'm asking if the choice whether of the color temperature and the color intensity affects the price. Does it matter if we're 4,000 Kelvin or 3,000? Does it matter how many lumens we have as far as the price goes?
Well, that's the thing, and both of those points are key. And all of the bids, every single contractor came back and said they would install either 3,000 or 4,000 for the exact same price. So there was no difference between those.
Okay.
And on the other issue, though, which I think is actually far more prescient, which is that Kansas City is proposing a very high luminous system, which means it uses a lot more energy than, you know, possibly it would need to. If they were going to add the dimmers, they could add on significantly to their energy savings. Because luminaires are really great, the LEDs, because you can add a dimmer, you extend the life of the luminaire as well as save energy and reduce, you know, your carbon footprint. So there's a lot of advantages to these lights. But if we make the same mistake that Houston made, we're going to be living with it for the next 20 years.
So the question of the color of the light is not as important as the question of the dimmers. Is that what you're telling me?
The color, we should not exceed 3,000. I mean, because really there's no city now that is doing that.
But cost-wise, it's a wash.
That's correct.
And do the dimmers add cost but produce savings in the long run?
They do, significantly, actually, as well as they minimize the environmental impact. And that is significant. So the thing to know about the LEDs is they are a far superior quality of light, and everyone agrees on that. They're more energy efficient than what we have now. But what the danger, so it's a very positive move, and I'm glad to see the city's doing it. But the danger is that we make the same mistakes that so many other cities did, which is to install a super bright white system because of the advanced technology. You know, what we should do instead is take advantage of the advanced technology and only use the amount of energy that we actually need to meet the national lighting standard. And so that's what's out of kilter with this proposal.
All right, but what I'm trying to understand is what would motivate the city to go in this direction? Are they thinking that they're saving an initial expense by having the brighter system? Or are they, I mean, do the dimmers add cost up front? Are the bids higher with the dimmers? That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, the dimmers that the city was looking at are remotely monitored. So that's a $10 million price tag. But, you know, they could actually just get the Snap-on dimmers that don't have to be monitored remotely. And those would only be about $4 million total. And the nice thing about those is if a neighborhood decides that they don't want dimming at all, it actually, they don't have to have it. You know, but neighborhoods like mine who, you know, people already don't like the, you know, having the lights shining in their windows at night. You know, we could have the dimmers and it would be better for, you know, the environment too.
So is there so none of the bids include the snap-on dimmers or the expensive dimmer system?
Right, the expensive dimmer systems they did 2 alternates, they did 4 alternates, but alternate 3 was for a mesh adaptive control system, and alternate 4 was for a cellular adaptive control system. And those are extremely high-tech systems that cities use. And they've actually been pretty problematic in other cities.
But so the bids don't actually, they don't have a response for the type of dimmer you think would be best.
That's correct.
Okay.
I called the manufacturer and got the price myself.
That's problematic in the bid review, isn't it?
They can add them on anytime. So that's the nice thing about the dimmers, the snap-on dimmers, or any dimmer really for that matter. You can always add it on anytime.
Deanne, one more question. I thought I heard you say in your earlier remarks that something like 83,000 units are in the bid and 6,000 have already been installed. Is that correct?
Yeah, we have them on Bannister, Berry Road, and Warnell from like 75th to 133rd. I've talked to the streetlight engineer actually 4 times, and he's talked to me many times about this system and what he's proposing and everything. So I'm very familiar with it. But yeah, they installed and they did a couple of neighborhoods. So they did actually pilot projects, but it was all 4,000 K. So you can see the lights.
And it was 4,000 K at the 35,000 lumens.
At what?
At the 35,000 lumens.
It is. They are. They're they're probably close to that 30 to 35,000 lumens. They're quite bright. It's also along Linwood, so you can see them. It's good to go look at them because that way, when you really look at, I didn't even notice them. I live 2 blocks from Warnell, and I did not even, because I don't get out that much at night. But once he told me that, I went out at night, and I also went to a neighborhood where they have been installed. And I stopped my car. I was taking some pictures, and then I turned my car on, and I went around the block. I didn't realize I had not turned my headlights on. At 27th and Prospect, you can't tell if your headlights are on. That's how bright it is.
Okay,
So,
that's
Deanne,
helpful.
you mentioned earlier about how they're 35,000 or something is way above the standard for lighting or something to that effect. I mean, is there a number? I mean, I don't know much about this field. Is there a number that we should be able to cite that's closer to?
No, I understand exactly what you're saying, and that's where it really does get really complicated. And it was just so funny that we looked at this last fall before the city ever proposed it. We were already looking at it. And what it is, there's a thing called a uniformity ratio, which means like in between the lights, how dark does it get? And so if you're a streetlight engineer, you don't want any dark spaces between the lights. And again, that's one of the beauties about the LEDs is that it's just such a superior quality light that you're just not going to have those zebra stripes on your streets like we do. But so it does get pretty complicated, and I'm not a professional engineer, but what I did do is I looked at our uniformity ratios, and then I sent our wattages to a lighting expert that works for the Dark Sky Association, and I asked him, to look at the watts that we're using on our LED luminaires, the proposed LED luminaires. And he looked at it and he said that that's just not consistent with the current efficiency that's available. And so the reason, and I have the ratios, so I'd be happy to share those, or even, talk with anybody here, on a separate call. I realize I'm pulling your meeting over right now, but I do have all of those listed in a chart, as well as all the backup documents that I would actually like to share with you, including comparing the national standard uniformity ratios to the uniformity ratios that Kansas City will be meeting. And so when you look at it, it's like, say ours is a 4 to, and then the national standard is like a 6. And what that means is that, our lights will be so bright that there won't be any little spaces that will be a little bit darker in between the lights.
I don't know. I'm struggling with what we write that is effective at the point we are in the process.
Me too, Carol. I want to say that at first I thought we ought to just go hard for a pilot project, but knowing that we have several streets already installed, I think maybe a better course is for some of us to look at those and then see if there's another course we can take to reinforce what we've already shared with the council and the mayor. I mean, the manager.
Yeah. Would you all trust Bob and I to kind of work with Andy to see if we can reinforce the position that we've already taken?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds good.
Without crossing any boundaries that put Andy in a bad position.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Sure.
and thank you. I appreciate that, Carol. I was going to say, I think at this point, I'm going to have to abstain from your letter. I think you guys need to go do your thing, but I think I have to kind of stay out of it at this point.
We appreciate that, but please do check and resurface what we sent before as a reference.
Yeah, and I had Rachel check, and Rachel sent me a note. She can't find any such letter, so I'll double check as well.
We may have relied on the Sierra Club to send the letter because we didn't have the expertise. And I think that was what we decided. If we look back at the minutes, I think we decided that we would be sending a letter about something we didn't understand. And that it was during the time that they were developing the RFP. And so we were hoping that the RFP would reflect the technical specifics. That's what we did. And so, if we're going to express a letter, we probably need to be more generic in our concern.
Yeah. Just to be noted, I think the 4,000 are out there, but unless Deanne knows differently, I don't think there are any 3,000 out there to look at, to compare it to.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, and maybe that would be our request.
I think that might be the request. Yeah.
And then to maybe also test whether or not dimmers were received better in residential areas. I don't know, something like that. I mean, we could make some sort of layman's request, Bob.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, and the thing about the dimmers where we had some conversations is you got to be careful because of the public safety issue here in Kansas City. That could be a lightning rod as well. So even though I saw evidence of communities that reduced the lighting after midnight or whatever time it was, I don't wonder how the police department's going to respond to that kind of move as well. So
or the council, yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right, and the only thing I would add to that is actually I talked to the streetlight engineer on Friday, and he expressed some traffic safety concerns, and he even gave me the name of a traffic safety researcher or something, and I actually went and looked at it over the weekend online, and I actually found in this Department of Transportation report that the dimming does not have any traffic safety implications. So, like cities like Tucson that are dimming, they usually, a lot of times you don't have to dim like the whole night. A lot of times they just dim from like 12, to 5 or something like that. And the citizens don't even notice it. Cambridge, Massachusetts was the first city that's installed dimmers, and the residents love it. So yeah, there's a lot of examples out there.
Deanne, would you mind giving us, are you comfortable giving us your phone number so Carol and I can follow up with you as we try to navigate this?
Please do.
Yeah, and email, and an email.
Maybe
I
we can.
see
maybe we
the
can do
email
this
here.
I'm sorry.
Great.
Her email's in the chat.
Great.
Thank you so much for your consideration.
We'll see what we can figure out.
No, it was good discussion. A lot there.
We have to be judicious about how we do this though, so that we don't put Andy in a bad spot. And
Oh, don't worry about me, Carol. I appreciate it, but you just do what you got to do.
well, and that we don't talk about something we don't know what we're talking about, because that's another possibility. Right, Bob? Well, oh, Bob, you're muted.
Sorry. I was going to say, since we've run so far over, maybe we call it a day for now. I think it's a great conversation, and Carol and I will do our best to make some sense out of this and try to chart a path forward that leads us closer to success.
Thanks. Well, good night, everybody.
Good night.
Yep, very good.
Good night. Thanks, guys.
Good night.
Thank you, everybody.
Every 5-year infrastructure package that was done in the past, bipartisan.